Robert Stevenson, he's done that one time in the Marina and London. I've got that. Cindy, there is.
A misdemeanor plea agreement from Jason Irwin from Clinton County here from my office. You don't have Jason Irwin's paperwork with you. Should you do? Okay, never mind, Jason.
Okay. Did you add any add-ons? No. Did you just get this yesterday? I don't know. No, it was the big. Stanley Michael. You have I think that's all. We took Stanley Michael off. We did. They can use that for next month, but he's already off this. I'm gonna update. I think I brought his phone. Okay. They can use January 26th. Yep, thank you. Okay. It'll be good.
All rise, circuit court. I'm good. David Weed for that.
Please bow and lay your head for a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. You may have a seat. Here's the documents. Where'd Mr. Cross? Mr. Cross, is your case a Clinton County case? Okay, you want to Clinton Circuit Court now in special session. Works here. Just hold it just for a second. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jason Irwin, 22 CR 0046. Are you Jason Irwin? Were you born in 1972? Last four digits of your social security number are what? A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in the Clinton Circuit Court indictment 22 CR 00046? Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice? Have you reviewed the evidence? Do you feel like you're fully informed about your case? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea of guilty, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. The right to speak trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charges against you. Do you understand that by entering a plea today, you give up all those rights? Do you understand that? I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you will have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed. You step to the left a little bit there. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's offer?
Mr. Earl, should guilty for misdemeanor, the assault, 4th degree, 12 months, sentence, probation, 2 years supervised. There'll be no contact with the victim unless we get credit for time served and the court cost restriction.
Okay, what is the court cost? You know, what is our court cost? 140, I think.
Judge, it's 155 in Clinton County.
155. So you'll have court costs of $155. Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation? Are you pleading guilty because you committed acts in the indictment as amended down to a misdemeanor? Knowing your constitutional rights is explained to us, it's still your desire to give up those rights, enter plea of guilty, and allow the court to fix your punishment. Okay, now this is a misdemeanor case, and so there will not be an enhancement as far as a felony, as far as a future charge that you might have on anything, but you are obligated to live by the conditions of that. You've read the plea agreement and you're in accord with that. You understand that, is that correct? Have him check his, that's your signature on there? Okay, if you'll present that to the bailiff, Mr. Bailiff, you'll present it to the clerk. Either one of the clerks, I will sign the judgment today. You will need to meet with the probation and parole officer, even though it's unsupervised, just to get some information. Okay, thank you very much. You're excused. Have a good day. Pardon? Yeah, he'll just tell you when to meet with him. Okay. And the court costs, you need time to pay the court costs, or can you pay it? You got a cash bond? 2,750. Okay, well, what I'll do is on the order, we'll say that they'll hold that out and give you a refund of the rest of it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, thank you. Appreciate you taking me up. Yeah, no problem. Bronny Bays. I'll just start. Hopefully I'll. Deals to the speed. I haven't given them time to say. Commonwealth versus Bronny Bays. Are you Bronny Bays? Your year of birth, 1984. What are the last four digits of your social security number? Okay, we're here for a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say? Okay. Okay, let's, how far out you want to do? 3 weeks or so?
Now you're out of that.
Okay, let's go to February. How about February 21st?
I think that's.
Okay,
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine. I was making sure it wasn't an available day.
okay. February 21st, 22nd, you need another pretrial? That it? Great. See you on that date. Victor Barnes. Commonwealth versus Victor Barnes, 20 CR 0037. Are you Victor Barnes? Were you born in 1985? Last 4 digits, social security number 6457. Okay, we're here on a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say? I'm having a hard time hearing you. Mr. Barnes, can you move over to the left here? Thank you.
Controlled substance, first degree, he has a 3-year sentence, he was probated on, then on October 22nd. I'm sorry, he had a misdemeanor charge on November 9th, July. It's also tested positive for methamphetamine. It was done in Tennessee, in supervised, however, the DUI occurred here in Kentucky. It's still key. I don't think it's listed. I don't know what.
You gonna stipulate or you want to hear?
Your Honor, the results are still pending, so we were gonna ask the court to consider resetting this until the results are back on the.
What are the other charges?
And that's it. It's, as far as I know, just a big drive. Yes, we can have everything associated.
He had a failure to produce insurance claim, but he had.
Do what?
Obstructing windshield, very emergency.
Very worst seatbelt obstructed windshield.
According to Mr. Garner, I wasn't aware of this, the justice change shows the charge of domestic assault in Tennessee on November 12th, so we have to. That was the beginning of that argument, and long I called, and they went to charge me. Lose part.
What were was there a test? Was there a horrible breath test or anything on the DUI?
There's a breath test done, Your Honor.
What show presence of alcohol?
Or, I'm sorry, I misspoke. There's a blood test that was done, so we're still pending on that. I believe it was set in April of 23 to see if those results are back. It's a long time before.
See under supervision in Tennessee now.
And another thing, he was up here in Cumberland, and we got the DUI, that permission. That's going to icon, that's what Tennessee probation, but I'm putting Mr. Garner on the stand.
I'm gonna put Mr. Garner on. You raise your right hand, please. You swear a testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You're for probation program. Now, you're not directly supervised.
Could you state your name just for,
Officer Jeremy Garner, Commissioner Boyd.
okay, go ahead.
Mr. Garner, you're not directly supervised. Mr. Garner. No, sir. And how is he being supervised?
From what I looked at, he's being supervised by Thomas Martin at the Clinton County office. And also in Tennessee.
See any violations.
According to the violation report that I printed off, it appears that he's had a few. Latest one was for the use of controlled substance methamphetamine, where the officer reported that on November 14th, a drug screen was administered by Tennessee and was by Officer Brian Gayton on November 17th, 22, confirmation from the drug screen receipt that Barnes was confirmed positive methamphetamine. The drug screen was administered 8 days after the DUI arrest in Kentucky, in which he admitted to the arresting trooper that he had used methamphetamine. We then later found out that he left the area of supervision without permission with the parole officer. On November 6th, Barnes was arrested by Kentucky State Police in Adair County in charge of failure to wear seatbelts, obstructed vision, and windshield, DUI, and controlled substance failure to produce insurance burden. On November 18th, Kentucky Probation and Parole received request information through ICOTS. From Tennessee, Barnes was not given prior permission by the supervising officer to travel to Kentucky, and he was arrested and charged with DUI on November 6th.
You know, you noted in your special supervision report, you included the citation. State troopers, they would do
I did not do this, like this special, this was done by supervising officer Thomas Martin.
Officer Martin, did that citation. Not the fifth sentence that Barnes advised he snorted a line of methamphetamine down the road. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I have no further question.
Would you like to inquire?
Yes, Officer Garner, the special indicated that arrest happened in Adair County, but that's not correct. It actually occurred here in March.
I'm not fully aware of which, I printed this off to assist the court with any information that was provided to the court.
And you did not administer the drug screen,
I
and
did
you have
not.
not spoken to Mr. Barnes.
I have not.
Do you know where Mr. Barnes' address is?
It is 123 Holly Creek Road, Salina, Tennessee, 38551.
Nothing further.
Do you have any further witnesses? Do you have any witnesses you'd like to call?
I would ask to call, Mr. Barnes.
Okay, Mr. Barnes, you want to get behind me? You raise your right hand. Swear the testimony about to gives the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. You have a right to be in the lower hand. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say could be used against you. Waive the right. You want to testify? Okay, you may proceed with your inquiry.
Mr. Barnes, where do you live?
We live right on the state line. I'm barely on the state line.
And have you had any prior conversations with your probation officer about being in Marshall?
She said he didn't have a problem with it.
Well, that's a self-serving hearsay sort of statement,
I had a ticket for flipping a cigarette butt out, and it was in this county, and nothing was ever said about it. And I told him and explained, and he told me from the start that I don't go get groceries, cigarettes, anything like that, he didn't have a problem. Until it's DUI and not a problem.
Nothing further. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Barnes, you're employed,
Yes,
where are you employed?
I worked for Watkins Solomon.
Okay, and how long have you been employed there?
I worked there for over 2 years now.
And you are still gainfully employed there, that's present. Nothing further.
Mr. Barnes, you were in drug court in Kansas. You graduated. How long ago was that mean?
Wow.
Wow. Remember, it's been that long. You're not contesting that you tested positive for meth, using meth, is that we got?
Hey, you have any other witnesses?
No, yeah.
What's the Commonwealth position?
Your Honor, it's unfortunate, Mr. Barnes, in drug court, I was rooting for him, I'm glad he graduated and everything, but I don't know what you do, how you keep tolerating this. Somebody's out on the highway, on meth, we've had a lot of people, or several people, and I've still got a case here in Cumberland, somebody's dead because somebody's driving impaired, so there where we are.
Okay, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, it's been 3 years since Mr. Barnes completed the drug court program. He did do well for extenuating for a significant period of time. And you have his recent, hiccup. He was not so far out of his coverage area. I understand that issue, but he does live right on the state line. I think from where he was arrested to his home, it's only about 10 miles. So we just wanted to explain to the court that he was not, fleeing the state of Tennessee or something like that. We would ask this court to sanction him and to place him on either increased supervision, additional treatment to get him back on the right path. He has been gainfully employed for 2 years, Your Honor. Brought pay stubs to that effect today.
Yeah, well, when someone's on probation out of this court or pretrial diversion, a couple things that really get, number one, if they are a convicted felon, they have a weapon on them. And the other thing is driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol. And I'm not going to tolerate it. And I'm glad you work. Very few people come in here and work. But I am not going to tolerate people who are on probation. They're driving under the influence of drugs on the roads of our state. So I'm going to revoke you. You're in the custody of the jailer. Denzel Burton for sentencing.
He went to rehab right after he entered.
Denzel Burton.
They went off the line.
Well, it's not really acceptable to me that he does the sentencing from rehab. So I'm going to continue his sentencing until January 26th and have a transportation order done on him. Okay. There's some things that you need to be present for, and sentencing is one of them. Edsel Elliott. Commonwealth versus Edsel Elliott, 21 CR 0046 and 21 CR 0047. You are Edsel Elliott, born in 1955. What are the last 4 digits of your social security number? I have a motion for supervised probation on both those. You stand to the left, Mr. Elliott. Here, stand over the left. What do you have, Mr. Stockton? Okay, I'll grant that motion, and if you'll meet with the probation and parole officer, he'll tell you what the restrictions are, okay? Okay, Grady Finley. Commonwealth versus Grady Finley, 22 CR 0094. Are you Grady Finley?
Yes.
Born in 1962. What are the last 4 digits of your social security number?
0167.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by counsel. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with theft by unlawful taking or disposition. Do you understand that charge? You understand what the charge is? I'm not asking you whether you're guilty or not guilty yet, okay? You understand the charge. The grand jury of Cumberland County charges it on January 1st, 2018, before the filing indictment in Cumberland County, above named defendant committed the offense of theft by unlawful taking or disposition more than 10,000, a Class C felony, when the defendant unlawfully took or exercised control over $16,910, the movable property of the veterans of foreign war, with the intent to deprive the owner thereof property having value of more than $10,000 and less than $1 million, against the peace and dignity of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, signed by the foreperson. You acknowledge the identity of your client, counsel, receipt indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. What is the negotiation day?
January the 13th.
Okay. Okay, sir, you'll be here on January 13th at 1 p.m. for negotiations. And then you'll be on back in court on January the 26th. Both of them are conditions of your bond. Okay. Thank you very much. Michael Gross. Now I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order here. And we're giving certain discovery to your attorney. You have a reciprocal discovery order ready? Okay, Mr. Bailiff, Madam Bailiff, pick that up. January, that he's to be here, you and he both will be here on January 13th and January 26th. The 13th is for negotiation. 26th is to enter a plea. No, just wait. Michael Gross.
That's unless motion to request the officer to between two long guns, the third party.
Okay, there's no objection. I'll sign the order as submitted. Commonwealth versus Harley, Anna Harley. Commonwealth versus Anna Harley, 22 CR 0092. Are you Anna Harley? What's your year of birth? What are the last four digits of your social security number? You're here today on a pretrial conference. What the Commonwealth has announced. Okay. A motion has been tendered, Ms. Harley, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0092? Is your judgment impaired today? Okay, have you discussed this matter with your attorney and you're satisfied with her advice? Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You believe you're fully informed about your case? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I accept a plea guilty, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak trial, but jury, right to be represented by counsel at the jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call and testify against you, to produce evidence, call witnesses in your favor, and appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charge against you. Understand that by entering guilty plea today, you give up all of the rights. You understand that? Now I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. I have certain questions I need to ask you to see if you're eligible for pretrial diversion. Have you been previously diverted in the past 5 years? Okay. Have you any felony convictions in the past 10 years? Are you currently on probation or pretrial diversion? Now, you understand if you fully complete the diversion agreement that you have signed today, the cases will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, and you can get your record expunged. However, if you do not fully complete the diversion program, you'll be brought back before the court. If I determine that your pretrial diversion should be voided, then I will order a pre-sentence investigation report. And you'll be a convicted felon then. And after that, it could be used to enhance your sentence. You understand that? Or persistent felony penalty law. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation in this case? You'll step to the left, ma'am.
Your Honor, Ms. Harley, plead guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, received 2 years pretrial diversion, 2 years that was supervised. You will plead guilty to operate a motor vehicle, DUI, first offense, $200 fine and costs. Pay the cost at discretion of the court, which you'll obtain and maintain gainful employment. All evidence in this case, please show.
Okay, now you understand that on a DUI plea, that a DUI is enhanceable. If you get another DUI, that your penalty could be more. It'll stay on your record for considerable about having. Do you understand that? Okay. Now, are you pleading guilty because you committed the acts charged in the indictment as amended? You do that, and you're doing it of your own free will. You know your constitutional rights that I explained to you. Is it still your desire to give up these rights and enter a plea of guilty on the charges and on the pretrial diversion, allow the court to fix your punishment? Is that your signature on the motion? Okay, I'll accept the agreement. And what are the court costs and fines?
$820.
$820. Now, will you need some time to pay that? Hey, I'll give you, you can pay that at $75 a month. And the first payment will be due 30 days from today. Then, do you have a cash bond up of any kind? How much cash bond does she have up? Well, I'm going to apply it. I'll just take it all out of that and give you the balance. Okay with you? That way you won't have to fool with payment. Okay, so just take it out and we'll give you the balance. Now, you do need to meet with the probation and parole officer, even though you're not under supervision. I would think that, is it supervised pretrial diversion? Okay, we'll go meet with the probation and parole officer. Now, how old are you? Okay, now, this is a stumbling that you've had here. It doesn't have to affect the rest of your life. You have an opportunity to get this expunged. The DUI will be on there for a while, but people can overcome that too. So work real hard and try to make it past this, okay? See you now. Daniel Howard. Is he? Okay, we have an active for Daniel Howard. You have him in NCIC, okay. Richard Hubert. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Richard Hubert, 22 CR 0070. Are you Richard Hubert? Were you born in 1953? What are the last four digits of your social security number?
63.
Okay, you're represented by Mr. Garrett here. What does the Commonwealth have to say? What does the Commonwealth have to say? Okay. The motion has been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yeah.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0070?
Yeah.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yeah.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yeah.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea of guilty, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to party the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. For entering a guilty plea here today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation in the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence. You have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. I have a few questions to qualify to see if you're qualified for a pretrial diversion. Have you previously been diverted in the past 5 years?
No.
Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years?
No.
Are you presently on probation or pretrial diversion?
No.
You understand if you successfully complete the diversion agreement, the charges will be dismissed, pretrial diversion, you can have your record expunged. You understand that? You understand if you not completely complete diversion, you will be brought back before the court and the court will decide whether to revoke your pretrial diversion and to sentence you on a felony. You understand that?
Yes.
Move to the left a little bit. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Pleaded guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree and finish on receiving a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diversion for 5 years, diversion is to be supervised. The defendant agrees to be assessed to follow any recommendations by the social service clinician. Defendant shall pay court costs and discretion in court. And the defendant shall agree to have any and all drug testing and contraband, so that the courts of law, Kentucky, and shall remain on active supervision until any and all time the court costs are paid, in full and until further request of probation and parole.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hey, are you entering this plea because you did commit the acts as charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hey, you're doing this of your own free will,
Yes.
knowing your constitutional rights. Have explained to you, is it still your desire to give up those rights, enter a plea of guilty to the charges and allow the court to fix your punishment within the range of agreement? Is that your signature on the document? You have the document there? Hand him the document. And this is just a possession. It wasn't a DUI. Is that right? Mr. Stockton, just a possession of the. That's your signature, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if you retrieve that, I'll accept the agreement, sign the diversion order today, and you will need to meet with probation pro. What are the court costs? $155. You need some time to pay that?
No, I'll change it.
Okay, go down and pay the clerk's office, meet with the probation bureau. Good luck to you, okay? Okay. Billy Huddleston. Here he is. I understand. Are you Billy Huddleston? Okay. Take Mr. Huddleston into custody. We'll need to process you, okay? Where's Mr. Abernathy?
He's on his way back.
Okay. Officer Garner, you go back with her. She's just taking him into custody and she doesn't have a male attendant back there, okay? Kyle Kenyon. Kyle Kenyon. Commonwealth versus Kyle Kenyon. Are you Kyle Kenyon? What's your year of birth, Mr. Kenyon? What are the last four digits of your social security number? 9714, is that right? Do what?
Yeah.
Stocking. Well, I want you up here.
I just want to explain why he can't do speech training. He has a pretty severe speech apraxia, so he has difficulty forming words. And he has some cognitive issues. I talked to Mr. Talking about that. I have the order for the case of using outpatient.
Well, I just arranged it now.
I just wanted you to know that's why he's not answering.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I wouldn't be jumping.
I just wanted you to know.
Okay. Mr. Kenyon is here for a pretrial conference. Is that correct? Previously been arraigned.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have an order you want to submit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Commonwealth have any objection to this?
No,
Okay, you want to schedule, let's continue this on the docket till February the 23rd. Is that all right with you, Mr. Stockton? February 23rd. Okay, tell your client. Here you go. Caitlin Lawson. Commonwealth versus Caitlin Lawson, 22 CR 0060. Are you Caitlin Lawson? You're born in 2000. Last four digits of your social security number 0818. You're represented by Mr. Poindexter. You're here for a pre-trial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
based on William Simmons,
I need for you to speak up. Y'all move to the left a little bit.
William Simmons,
Okay. Do you have any objection for me dismissing your case? Well, that's the correct answer. I was going to have a mental inquest done for you if you said no, I don't want to dismiss. So you may go forth and rejoice, okay?
Thank you, Ron.
Yeah. Melissa Logston. Melissa Logston. Commonwealth versus Melissa Logston, 22 CR 0088. Are you Melissa Logston? Were you born in 1973? What are the last four digits of your social security number? You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Yeah. Okay. You have the right to remain silent, not to comment on the arraignment. I don't have a copy of it. Get a copy of it. Should be the schedule order, everybody. Got a little different on how they handle the schedule.
She was saying she hasn't signed up for MCR yet.
Make sure I don't forget that. It's a pretty trial option. Okay, the grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you possession of controlled substance in the first degree and possession of drugs. You understand that charge? Okay. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, received the indictment, waive formal arraignment agreement, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll set a conference in this for January 13th at 1 p.m. and your next court appearance is January 26th. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order here that they'll give your attorney certain information to help you prepare your defense. You need to check up here with pretrial and sign an order, an agreement as far as your supervision is concerned. If you'll step right over here and do that. Counsel, you want to appear with her or? Okay. Rodney Miller. Rodney Miller has an active warrant. He's supposed to. Okay, so you just want to redocket him at your. You what? Continue generally on Rodney Miller. Angela Otney. Angela Otney. 22 CR 00100. Are you Angela Otley? Pardon? Otley, do you have an attorney? Have you filled out a form as far as indigency is concerned? You'll need to come over here and meet with pretrial. She needs to fill out an indigency form, okay? Kenneth Pulliam.
Yes, sir.
Where is Kenneth Pulliam?
I'm here, Your Honor.
I know. Where are you, Mr. Pulliam? Turn your camera on.
Okay.
Court order change to treatment of that in the county order and last month this law was just up here is a codependent, so you would agree to let him again.
Do what?
Yeah.
What is your physical location, Mr. Pulliam? Where are you?
I'm at Kentucky Christian Recovery,
Where is that?
Morgantown.
Okay, and what's the deal on this case? What do you wish to do on this? I want him transported here. Are you going to be at the rehab for how long?
Until April.
Okay, I want him transported here for a plea on January the 26th. I'll do a transportation order. Well, he's going to be present in court, and you can determine how. On January 13th at 1 o'clock, you'll be available for negotiation, and on January the 26th, you're supposed to be here in court, and your attorney will be in contact with you, sir, as to whether the 13th can be done by Zoom or phone, but you'll definitely have to be here on the 26th. Okay.
What time on the 26th, Your Honor?
9 a.m. And
January 20th.
yeah, and who will transport him?
We'll work that out with the facility. Sometimes facilities transport, and sometimes that family member.
Okay, well, you need to inform the Commonwealth who will transport, and he's not to leave the facility. As a condition of your bond, you shall not leave that facility. If you leave the facility, you need to report the Adair County Jail, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that needs to be included in the bond agreement. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
James Riley. Commonwealth versus James Riley, 22 CR 0091. Are you James Riley? What are the last four digits of social security number and your year of birth? We're here for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, Mr. Poindexter and I met on negotiation day. I spoke with the officer and Mr. Poindexter recently filed a motion to suppress. And I didn't have the opportunity to talk to you, but we knew that this morning.
Okay, we'll have a suppression motion will be scheduled at 9 a.m. on the 26th.
So I take trial, that day.
Well, you shouldn't schedule trials on my rule day.
No, that's what that judge said.
Well, you should have told him you weren't available that day.
I didn't know till this.
Yeah. Well, y'all get together and schedule a date. We'll have it before the next rule day. You have your calendar with you? Let's just do one now. When is your officer an out of county officer or? Okay. What's this coming? Well, what about next Tuesday? 20th, you available then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, now we have another day.
Yeah,
We,
how about Wednesday? We use the downstairs courtroom on Wednesday.
can we do that at 1 o'clock? I've got 4 here and there.
Yeah, I can set that at 1. Okay, that'll be Wednesday. The 21st, 1 o'clock. Preacher, well, it's a suppression motion. William Curtis Spears. Commonwealth versus William Curtis Spears, 22 CR 0087. Are you William Curtis Spears? Your year of birth, 1974. Last four digits, social security number. We're here for pre-trial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say? Okay. Mr. Spears, I understand that the motion's been filed to enter a felony plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0087? Have you discussed this charges with your attorney? Are you satisfied with her advice? Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Believe you're fully informed about your case. You understand that you do not have to enter a plea today. Guilty plea, you have certain rights under Kentucky and United States Constitution. You have the right, and I need to know that you understand it before I can accept the plea. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak, trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence. Right to call witnesses in your favor. Right to appeal this matter to higher court to lose. And right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you go to the charge against you. You understand that entering guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that? Now, may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll wait the pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Will y'all step to your left here? Mr. Stockton, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Fred Spears will plead guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, 3 years, probation, 5 years, probation to be supervised. He'll also plead guilty to failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle, receive a fine of $500. He'll also plead guilty to no registration, improper display, failure to register the vehicle, all those, total fine of $100. He'll pay the court cause of discretion in court, maintain gainful employment, and all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to, sir? Are you pleading guilty because you committed the acts charged in the indictment as amended? Doing so of your own free will? You understand that after entering this plea, any future conviction of felons could enhance the range of penalties. You understand that a persistent felony offender law. Knowing constitutional rights to explain it's still your desire to give up these rights and enter a plea of guilty to the charges and allow the court to fix your punishment. Is that your signature on the document? I'll accept the agreement. Or order pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole, and you to appear back here on the 26th for sentencing. Meet with probation parole officer right over there, okay? Yeah. Court cost is $795. Was there a DUI there?
No, it was the.
No insurance. $500. Okay, well, you meet with him over there, okay?
We were short of grand jury.
Oh, for the present grand jury, you want to come around? You solemnly swear or affirm that you conduct your duties as a member of the grand jury of the Cumberland Circuit Court. You will faithfully inquire into everything that's presented to you, that you protect, defend the laws of the Commonwealth, protecting the Constitution of the United States of America, so help you God. Thank you very much. I was a little confused there. With his other grand jury. Yeah. Shannon Walters. Shannon Walters appears as an active warrant out for Shannon Walters, NCIC. Okay. Tammy Weaver. Tammy Weaver. Tammy Weaver. Commonwealth versus Tammy Weaver, 22 CR 0073. Are you Tammy Weaver? Okay, were you born in 1978? What are the last 4 digits of your social security number? Okay, you're here for the purpose of sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to read the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole? Is it substantially correct? Counselor, is there any reason a slave should not be sentenced today?
No.
Upon a plea of guilty of trafficking controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years, serve 90 days in home incarceration, and balance probated for 5 years probation to be supervised. She shall enter and complete the Cumberland County Specialty Court, forfeit $13, receive jail credit, a court cost the amount of $225. You need some time to pay that? $225. You need some time to pay it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I want you to pay it $40 a month, starting 30 days from today, okay? Is she hooked up on the ankle bracelet yet?
Yes, sure. She was the. I think it was our last court date. But it's not reflected on her PSI, the ankle monitor. So her prior jail credit is of 91 days, not the new home incarceration.
Okay, well, make sure when you talk to probation parole officer, give him the date and he'll verify it, okay? Okay, so you start paying your court costs and you need to meet with the probation parole officer, okay? Okay, thank
She
you very
has
much.
been accepted into your court, Your Honor, that was part of it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Charles McCoy. Commonwealth versus Charles McCoy. 22 CR 0099. Are you Charles McCoy? Born in 1988. Last four digits, social security number 3104. Hey, have you filled out an act? Do you have an attorney?
I believe I was appointed district court.
I'll continue that appointment. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment. Charge you with possession of controlled substance, methamphetamine, possession of drug paraphernalia. Failure to maintain insurance, license, not having a license on demand, obstructed vision on your windshield, license plate not eligible. You acknowledge the identity of your client, received indictment, wait formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pre-trial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. McCoy, you're to be here for negotiations on January 13th at 1 p.m. And your next court date is January 26th. Both of them are conditions of your bond. Okay, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order to give your attorney information to help prepare your defense. And you continue on the same conditions of your bond since there's no complaint. Okay. Okay, let's go back. Have y'all had time to process Billy Huddleston? Has he been processed? Sure. Okay, well, I'll just wait on that then. Angela Otney. It appears that you're qualified to receive a public advocate appointment. Ms. Otney, you're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have appointed counsel. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance in first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, license not in possession, improper display of plates, motor vehicle insurance not in place, and failure to wear a seatbelt. You understand those charges? Okay. You acknowledge the identity of your client, received indictment, wait formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order, ma'am, in the Commonwealth providing your attorney with information to help prepare for your defense. You shall appear here on January 13th at 1 o'clock for negotiations with the Commonwealth, and your next court appearance January 26th, and both of those are conditions of your bond. You understand that? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that completes the active docket. Except for Mr. Huddleston, who has not been served yet. And we'll come back to him.
Eric County also, but he has been moved to their county last night.
Yes, sir. The jail docket for Barron County starts at 10, for Marion County 10, and for Adair County 10:30.
Okay.
Go off the record. on top of it. She got an agenda ready for swearing in tonight.
No. Looks like a big agenda.
Yeah, most pledge of allegiance, prayer, comments, that's what. Marion County Jail, are you there? Well, we can do Marion, let's do Marion County while we're waiting for Marion County. Marion County Detention Center, can you hear me? Commonwealth Kentucky versus Kevin Newton. Are you Kevin Newton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you need to speak up, Mr. Newton. This is 22 CR 0052. Mr. Newton, were you born in 1981?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are 0096. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Costello, are you representing Mr. Newton?
Sorry, wouldn't unmute there, sir. Yes, Your Honor, this is my motion for shock probation on Mr. Newton's behalf.
Just want to like crawdaddy, so I thought we'd go
Okay, Mr. Newton, you're represented by counsel. She was on there.
I still am, Your Honor.
This is a shock probation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Stockton, what do you have to present on this case?
Your Honor, Mr. Newton was indicted on a controlled drug buy by Desi West. He actually sold to them 170 grams of methamphetamine. It's just right at 6 ounces. He's got about a 44 count case history on his criminal history. The Commonwealth's opposed to shock probation. He got a 10-year sentence, and I think that was appropriate in this case. He'll be parole eligible after he served 2 years. That's a huge amount of drugs for this area.
Well, on the docket, it had shock probation revocations. Actually, it's a motion for shock probation,
Yeah,
correct?
yes, it's a
Okay,
motion for shock.
Costello, you want to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Newton did have the controlled buy case here, Your Honor. He pled guilty to that and took responsibility for his actions in that case. He does have a long history of addiction. He is serving that 10-year sentence. He would like the court to look at this shock probation motion. He is enrolled in the SAP program. That's why he is in Marion County trying to get help for his addiction issues so that if granted shock or if paroled, he can be move forward productively and hopefully free of his addiction, Your Honor.
Do you have any testimony you want to give?
I don't know that Mr. Newton wishes to testify.
Okay, well, if I have no additional testimony, I'm going to deny the motion for shock probation because of quantity and severity of this charge, okay? Thank you very much. Now let's go to Adair County. No, excuse me, Barron County. Barron County.
Who we got?
I'll be right to you, Adair County. You're on at 10:30. Let's go to Barron County.
Yes.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning.
Yeah. We have in Barron County, Austin Brown. Austin Brown. Commonwealth versus Austin Brown, 22 CR 0081. Are you Austin Brown?
Yes, sir.
Are your year of birth 1993?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6831.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here for pre-trial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, there's 3 co-defendants, Austin Brown, Ryan Moore, and Amber Huff. They've just now got counsel, conflict counsel. I'll be ready to proceed to trial. They mentioned to me that there's discovery in their Barron County cases they're wanting. I don't know if that's relevant, but I'm willing to do one more pre-trial conference, and I'm going to be asking for a trial date.
Okay, the next pre-trial is, you want a negotiation date for them, or have you already done all?
Yeah, that'd be January the 3rd. Yeah. Let's set a
Okay, sir,
negotiation date.
you shall appear with your attorney either by Zoom or in person, probably better in person, for negotiations on January 13th here at the Cumberland County Circuit Courtroom, and your next court date is January 26th, and both of them are condition of your bond. Who appears for counsel for him? Will you identify yourself?
Your Honor, Lee Davis for Mr. Austin, Mr. Brown. I have a jury trial scheduled for the 23rd. It may go to the 26th. I don't know. May I appear by video if I'm still in trial?
What are you going to do about the negotiation day?
Well, Your Honor, I'm the 13th is good for me.
Okay, we'll be there on the 13th, and on the 13th, I'm going to go ahead and schedule to be here on the 26th. And if he's going to enter a plea, I'd rather both of you be here. If he's not going to enter a plea and you're still in trial, I'll allow you to appear by Zoom. Okay, so 13th and the 26th, Mr. Austin Brown. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amber Huff. Amber Huff. Commonwealth versus Amber Huff, 22 CR 0079. Are you Amber Huff?
Yes, sir.
They need to lower it. There you go. There you go. Were you born in 1999?
Yes, sir.
The last 4 digits of your social security number are what?
1037.
Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference. Ms. Costello, do you represent her?
I do, Your Honor.
You heard those dates there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Negotiation date on the 13th and a pretrial on the 26th of January.
Yes, Your Honor.
Got conflict counsel in place. You can decide whether you want, she probably needs to be transported here for negotiation.
Yes, Your Honor. We had her transported last month too, and we realized that we were still missing some things. So
Okay. Okay, well, you do the transportation orders on both days, okay? I understand that Ryan Moore has been moved. Thank you very much, Ms. Huff. Ryan Moore has been moved, is that correct?
Your Honor, I apologize.
Hello?
Before we move on to Mr. Moore, would the court consider reducing Mrs. Huff's bond? She's currently held on 10,000 cash. She could post 1,000 cash.
Mr. Stockton?
I'd request a bond hearing, and she's a co-defendant with Mr. Moore and Mr. Brown.
Yeah. Okay, we'll schedule a bond hearing at your convenience. Has Mr. Moore been moved? Is the jail there? We had him on the docket.
They came and got him for Cumberland.
Okay,
They should be.
do we have anyone else for you?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, have a Merry Christmas and thank you for your
Thank you.
cooperation.
You too, sir.
Okay, let's go to Adair County. We're a little early at Adair County if you want to. If y'all are ready to go.
Yep, we're ready to go.
Okay. Paul Bricker. Commonwealth versus Paul Bricker, 22 CR 0084. Are you Paul Bricker?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Costello, do you represent Mr. Bricker? You need to turn your microphone on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, you would think after 2 years of Zoom, I would know how to work that microphone. I
I
apologize.
wouldn't necessarily think that, no. Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor, I was waiting to see who was going to be representing Mr. Bricker, if it's going to be Ms. Costello or Mr. Kraus, because of the last months, Mr. Kraus's statements he made. So we just need to get a pretrial negotiation date. Ms. Costello will stand on the case.
Negotiation day will be January 13th. The next pretrial will be January the 26th. And Ms. Costello, you need to determine whether you need transportation orders. Mr. Bricker, if you want him to hear in purpose. Mr. Bricker, Ms. Costello will be to see you. What's the charge on Mr. Bricker again, Mr. Stockton?
The rape, incest, and sodomy. He's also a state prisoner on another case.
Okay. Well, if you need a transportation order, you submit it to the 13th and the 26th. Both of them are conditions of bond. Okay. Thank you very much. David Davidson.
Davidson.
David Davidson. 21 CR 0095. Are you David Davidson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here on a probation revocation. Were you born in 1968?
Yes, sir.
The last in the last four digits social security number or what?
1972.
Okay, we're here on a probation revocation. It says that you're represented by Joel Smith.
Yes, sir. I was.
Are you?
I haven't talked to him.
Ms. Costello was appointed to represent you in district court. I'll continue that appointment today.
Yeah, I was appointed yesterday, Your Honor. I think Mr. Davidson had been trying to get private counsel and hadn't been able to do so yet. So
okay, I'll continue that appointment. This is probation revocation motion, and since you just hadn't had opportunity to consult with your client, I'll continue that to January the 26th. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Has he been held on some other charge over in district court?
Yeah, he's got we had a new felony arraignment yesterday, Your Honor. I don't know that it's actually new because this has been pending a while waiting on private counsel. But he's being held on that and this, I believe.
They'll be going to the grand jury today. There'll be another case, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Commonwealth versus Ryan Moore. Commonwealth versus Ryan Moore.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
this is Dawn McCauley. I'm appearing from Patrick Lanham this morning. He was appointed 15 days ago as conflict counsel. He has not gotten a chance to talk to Mr. Moore
Well, let me
because
go, let me get Mr. Moore in front of the camera here, okay? Commonwealth versus Ryan Moore.
Yes, sir.
22 CR 0080. Are you Ryan Moore?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1988?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6354.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, who's appearing for Mr. Moore today?
this is Dawn McCauley, Judge. I'm appearing on behalf of Patrick Lanham, who was appointed as conflict counsel for him.
Okay, I'm gonna schedule a negotiation day for January 13th. And the pretrial is scheduled for January 26th. So he needs to go over and talk to his client as soon as he can to see if there are any bond things that need to be addressed, okay?
Your
Yes,
Honor,
sir.
is there any way possible that you can release his hold so I can go back to Marion County Jail? They transported me down here today and they're trying to hold me. And I'll be honest with you, I've got charges in Marion County that I'm trying to take care of now. Is there any way that I can go back to Marion County?
I really don't know why they transported you. I had you on the Barron County docket.
Well, they got me on-
Wait
they got
just
me
a
with
second. I have no authority over them. Let me ask the jailer what the deal is. Okay, Madam Jailer, are you there?
I am.
Wonder why they transported him over from Barron County.
From the way I understand it, it was so he could be closer to his lawyer. They transported him up here, but he didn't bring any of his stuff. They just brought him. So everything
Okay,
he
well,
has
I have no objection if y'all send him back, okay?
okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
The
thank you
issue
very-
I was
thank-
told, Your Honor,
thank you
was
very-
he was transported to Adair County so Mr. Lanham could see him. And if he
Yes.
wasn't going to be in Adair County, then he was going to get off the case and he'd need new counsel. So I'm just
Judge,
informing the
the
court what's
problem-
going on.
The problem that we have with him being in Barron County is they refuse to put him on the phone to talk to Mr. Lanham.
Well,
That's why
Mr.
we've had
Lanham, let me tell you something. Mr. Lanham can go see him like everybody else does. I don't think you can sufficiently represent somebody by just giving them a phone call. If you were in jail, you'd want to see your attorney. So if
Right.
Mr. Lanham, it doesn't want to come over there and see him. He just needs to withdraw today. Does he want to withdraw?
Yes, Judge, he would
Okay,
not
well,
want,
we'll withdraw and we'll get him appointed somewhere else and tell Mr. Lanham not to bother to come in my circuit anymore, okay?
Thank you.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll get you another attorney sooner or later, man, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Defender's office, okay? Sorry to inconvenience any lawyer by having to think he has to meet with his client. Okay, Lake and Robbins,
Just for now.
Where's this located at?
Lake and Robbins.
Is it near Greenwood or the medical center?
Commonwealth versus Lake and Robbins. Are you Lake and Robbins?
Yes.
Okay, we got somebody's got their microphone on in the background. Okay, Commonwealth versus Lake and Robbins. 21 CR 0098. Are you Lake and Robbins?
Yes.
You born in 1989?
Yes.
Last four digits, your social security number 2937.
Yes.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Is it
Yes.
substantially correct?
Yes.
Counselor, is there any reason why this lady should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Upon plea of guilty possession of controlled substance, first degree meth, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years, probation to be supervised. She has made certain agreements to truthfully testify. Has that taken place yet, Mr. Stockton? I won't.
Yeah, we're good on that, Your Honor.
Okay. And what are the court costs, clerk? Court costs are $240. Will you need some time to pay that?
Yeah. Yes.
Will you make your first payment 30 days from today and 30 days thereafter until the $240 is paid? Now, you need to make arrangements to meet with probation parole. When is that?
Tomorrow.
She lives out of state, so she needs to make contact with you before she goes back home.
When can she do that?
She called me when she's released and meet her to go with it.
Well, you need to see her in person.
She got to sign her condition.
When is that? When you want to see her?
When she's gonna be released.
Well, I'm going to release you when you can see her.
Tomorrow morning, Your Honor.
What time?
8 a.m.
In Dare County?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna release you in the morning. You go over to probation and parole office at 8 a.m. We'll release you in the morning, 30 minutes before that, so you can go over there, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Jimmy Smith. Commonwealth versus Jimmy Smith. 22 CR 0098. Are you Jimmy Smith?
Yes, sir.
What's your year of birth, Mr. Smith?
587
Okay, and what is your last 4 digits of social security number?
2981.
Okay, you're here for purpose of arraignment. Do you have an attorney?
Yes,
Who is that?
Ms. Costello.
I was
Okay.
appointed in district court, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll continue that. It wasn't listed on my docket sheet. I'll continue that appointment. You have a right to remain silent, sir. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, driving on suspended operator's license, vehicle to maintain, failure to maintain insurance, failure to register or transfer your motor vehicle, obstruction of a windshield, and improper equipment. Mr. Bailiff, you take that back there. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, and enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, there is a negotiation date set for the 13th, and the next court appearance is the 26th. Both of them are conditions of bond. What is your client? What's his bond? Is he a state prisoner?
He is not, he is no longer a state prisoner, Your Honor. He had been serving out the end of a state sentence. He is currently being held on a 15,000 clerk approved surety, but he's been unable to have anyone with enough assets to post that.
Well, I think that's a reasonable bond. If you want to have a bond reduction hearing, you can schedule one, okay?
They would have enough to pay for an actual GPS monitor, Your Honor, just not enough for the $15,000 assets.
Mr. Stockton, how do you feel about a release for him on a ankle bracelet?
That would be fine if he's on an ankle bracelet. Only problem I have with Mr. Smith is his propensity to reoffend. So if he's out on an ankle monitor, he should be all right.
Okay, well, I'll allow him. Has he got somebody that can do a $5,000 surety bond?
Mr. Smith, did they have enough for 5,000?
Yeah, possibly.
Okay, I'll change it to a $5,000 surety bond with an ankle monitor and under a curfew. Okay. So where are you gonna be? Where are you gonna be living?
Surety.
Where are you gonna be? Where are you gonna be living, Mr. Smith?
Probably with my aunt or with my uncle's one for the time being.
Where is that?
Monticello.
Monticello. Well, you need to give a specific address. And I'll let you put an ankle monitor on there. You can go to work, church, or the doctor, or if you need to see your attorney or come to court. Okay. And other than that, you need to stay there and contact the pretrial. So you make arrangements, Ms. Costello, with one of the companies helping make arrangements. Okay.
I believe it would be does Mr. Smith still do it here?
Yeah, he does. I don't see him here today. So you call him and make arrangements. Okay.
I'll let him know.
The 13th for negotiations and the 26th. You either be the 13th at 1 o'clock, Mr. Smith, for negotiations, and the 26th at 9 o'clock for live. And if we can't work it out, we'll set you a speedy trial date. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Deshaun Tucker. Yeah, have your client, have Mr. Smith contact pretrial as soon as he gets out for monitoring purposes, okay?
Okay.
Put that on the bond. Put that on the bond too. Okay, Deshaun Tucker. Are you Deshaun Tucker?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Tucker, were you born in 1972?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of your social security 9006.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here today for sentencing in 22 CR 0067. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by
Yes, sir.
probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Okay, counselor, is everything substantially correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty, possession of firearm by a convicted felon, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 1 year to serve. What are the court costs? $210, and you make the first payment of $50 a month, so that's paid 30 days after you're released, okay?
Okay,
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you.
Tammy Weaver. Are we done, Tammy Weaver? Jim Webb. Jim Webb. Jim A. Webb. Are you Jim A. Webb instead of
Yes, sir.
Jimmy W. Webb?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Jim A. Webb, 22 CR 0062 and 21 CR 0017. Motion for shock probation. Were you born in 1987?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 8935.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Costello, did you file this motion?
I did, Your Honor.
Can you proceed?
Your Honor, Mr. Webb has the two cases. He has served since his final sentencing date by this court. He served 75 days as of December 6th, so he has a little more time in since then. He's serving 10-year sentence, Your Honor. He's not eligible for parole until August of 2023. Mr. Webb, while he has been in custody, has been working at the jail. He's
What's the underlying charge? Mr. Stockton? You need to turn your microphone on, Mr. Stockton.
Sorry, Your Honor. When he's got in 22 CR 12, he's got a 2-year sentence on possession of controlled substance. That was when he was on probation, and he pled on that. He had about 7 grams of meth, but I amended it down to possession because he had 10 years hanging over his head. 22 CR 67 is 12 months on a misdemeanor. Then in 21 CR 67, he had 5 years on possession and tampering. He had 5 years on possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. That was the underlying case. So I thought he had a 12-year sentence instead of 10, but I may be wrong. I thought the 2-year was
I'm
consecutive.
not going to do shock probation on a weapons charge. Sorry, I'm just not going to do it. Okay.
Understand, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Jimmy W. Webb. Hello, Mr. Webb.
How you doing, Judge?
Fine. Commonwealth versus Jimmy W. Webb, 22 CR 0012. Mr. Poindexter.
Judge,
Still
Mr. Poindexter just texted me and said that he is caught up on Zoom in a Jefferson County EPO hearing, and he will be on just as soon as that finishes.
Okay, we'll pass over you, Mr. Jimmy W. Webb. We'll come back to you.
What is he on for? Because I've got mixed up on the docket. I thought just Mr.
This is a
Jimmy
motion
Webb
for
was-
shock probation is what it says.
Okay, I just prepared for the one because I didn't realize both of them were on. I thought I've had this confusion all along. I thought it was the same Webb. I didn't get either motion.
Jimmy
I had to
A.
call
and Jimmy W.
Okay, well, I had to
Okay,
call
Jimmy-
Jessica to get the other one, so I didn't have to get
Okay,
this one.
we'll come back to him. James Whitlow. Commonwealth versus James Whitlow. Are you James Whitlow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Born in 1966? Born in 1966?
No, sir.
What year were you born in? 85?
85.
Yeah, I looked back up at Jimmy Webb. You born in 1985, the last 4 digits, your social security number 2662.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on 22 CR 0083 at pretrial conference. What do y'all have on this?
Your Honor, we're waiting on the lab report on the suspected methamphetamine.
Okay, you want to set it for a negotiation date on the 13th, or you think it'll be back by then?
I'm hoping it will be. I think it's been there a while. We should have it by then.
Okay, what's this gentleman's bond? Is the drug charge the only charge he has, or is he state?
Now, he's charged with kidnapping, trafficking, and PFO.
Okay. Okay, we'll have a negotiation conference set on January 13th, and the next trial date's 26th, okay?
Your Honor, we were going to ask the court if you would consider adjusting the bond to cash or property.
What you can do is have a bond hearing.
Understand, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'll let you reserve it. Have a bond here. Be glad to do it before then. Timothy Ziegler. Timothy Ziegler, 22 CR 0093.
You still got that one, you want to do it?
Are you Timothy Ziegler?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1988.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 7543.
Yes, sir.
We're here today on a pretrial conference. What do we have, Ms. Anderson? Ms. Gordon.
I have
Anderson.
pretrial diversion. Pretrial diversion.
Mr. Ziegler, you said you were born in 1988. Last four digits, social security number 7543. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your
Are
Honor.
you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0093?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you've been fully informed about the case?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. Before I can accept your plea today, I need to know that you fully understand your rights. You have the right not to testify. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial, but jury right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence. The right to call witnesses in your favor. The right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. The right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. Now, like I said, the Commonwealth's recommendation by may apply any range of sentence provided by law. Do not have to accept the recommendation. In the event that do not accept the recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
I have a few questions I need to ask you to see if you qualify for a diversion. Have you been previously diverted in the last 5 years?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any felonies in the past 10 years there?
No, Your Honor.
Are you currently on probation or pretrial diversion?
No, Your Honor.
You understand that you fully complete the diversion agreement, the charges will be dismissed pretrial verdict. You can have your record expunged. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
I understand if you do not successfully complete the diversion, you'll be brought back before the court and the court will determine whether you violated the diversion and can schedule a sentencing hearing. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, served 90 days. Balance pretrial diverted for 5 years. Diversion is to be supervised. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court, shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained. The defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and the defendant shall remain on active supervision until any and all fines and court costs are paid in full and until further request of probation and parole.
You realize if you get your pretrial diversion revoked and I sentence, you'll be a convicted felon and that could be enhanced in the future. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, there was one correction to that, and I'm sorry. Mr. Stockton and I have already spoken. I had miscalculated his jail time. It was my error completely. And we have reduced the credit for time served from 90 days to the 45 days to reflect his accurate. It was our intention he be released today. I just had it messed up, and we fixed it on the paperwork that he signed.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Knowing your constitutional rights, still you desire to give up these rights, enter a plea of guilty and allow the court to fix your punishment. Is that correct? Counselor, will you hold the signature up and let him agree to it? That's your signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll accept and sign this diversion agreement. And you'll need to meet with probation and parole. You going to the jail scene? He's not getting out today. Is that correct?
We believe we've calculated where he could be released today, Your Honor, if your honor releases him.
He has 45 days in division.
How many is he supposed to have?
She just said she's gonna lower down to the bottom.
Are you saying he's completed his time?
That, yes,
Or what time tomorrow can he see?
11 a.m.
Yeah, I'll release you at 10 a.m. in the morning. Go over at probation, be at probation pro in Columbia at 11. And that'll get you straightened out then, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I guess we go back. Is Mr. Poindexter available now? See you on there, Mr. Poindexter. Mr. Poindexter, are you there? I see your name up.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry about that.
Commonwealth versus Jimmy W. Webb, 22 CR 0012. Are you Jimmy W. Webb?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you were born in 1966, last four digits, social security number 8409.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you have a motion, Mr. Poindexter?
Yes, Your Honor. We filed a motion for shock on Mr. Webb. He was final sentenced, excuse me, back in May. He has a myriad of medical conditions, and we have filed a letter from the nurse there at the jail. He's been in the hospital a couple of times. They've tried to transfer him to, I think, Luther Luckett and where the medical facility is, and they won't take him because they've got too many beds full. We believe that if the court would allow him out on shock probation, he'd be able to get treatment without being a burden on the state. And due to his medical condition, I think it would be hard for him to get around and commit any other crimes. So we're asking the court to consider shock probation today.
Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say? Turn your microphone.
I received all the medical stuff from that, and I thought that was on the other Jimmy Webb, but I guess my ignorance saved me. I looked at those, and it looks like he has medical conditions, but nothing's acute, and the Department of Corrections declined to move him. They said he could be treated in the Dyer County area. That's where his doctors and stuff are. So I didn't see any emergency.
What kind of charges? I mean, Mr. Webb has been a frequent flyer with us here.
This was trafficking, Your Honor.
I'm reading the letter from the jail. How much time does he have to serve here, Mr. Stockton?
Well, Your Honor, this is the one I wasn't prepared for because I thought there was just one Jimmy Webb on the docket for shock today. I didn't realize there were two. So I don't know. I'm unprepared on this case.
Well,
I'll give
the Commonwealth 5 days or something, take a look at it and file a written response, serve it on Mr. Poindexter. I'll take it under advisement. Jimmy, if you get out on shock probation, where would you live?
I got 3 different places I can go. I live with my sister and niece, which I probably will for a while until I get my cabin finished out on Suffolk Creek Road. And that's probably where I'll stay. With Tony and Crystal, they live right there in town.
I know where they live.
Okay, I'll probably stay.
Here's the problem, Tony. You know, we've dealt with you a long time, and I've known you longer than that.
Yes, sir.
And I kept on, every time we let you out in the past, I kept on afraid that I'd have to bump into your family on why you got a hold of some fentanyl or something by mistake and died.
Right.
You know what I mean? You've had a rough road of it, man.
Yes, I have, Judge.
So I'm going to take a look at it and
Your Honor, is there some way, and I don't know, I might be amenable to let him out if he could been rolling SAP IOP or something through probation and parole, or I don't even know, might look at him for drug court.
I would gladly do that.
Is he eligible for drug court?
He would be as long as he's assessed, as long as he's not on any kind of pain medicine where he's taken for his medical conditions.
I don't. I take heart pills, diabetes, and
well,
blood pressure.
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to have you assessed for drug court. And if you get accepted into drug court, I'm going to shock probation.
All right, thank you, Judge. Thank you so much.
Is that agreeable with you, Mr. Poindexter?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
And Jimmy, don't let us down and kill yourself for this stuff. You're lucky, you've lost people in your family that you didn't get to be with and all that kind of stuff. It's been a sad trip for you, and you can do better. Okay.
Thank you so much,
Okay,
Judge.
well, they'll get you an assessment here, okay? Okay, we have, this gentleman been served that, Mr. Huddleston been served. Hey, Mr. Stockton, is there anybody else at the Dare County Jail that we haven't seen? The Dare County, do we have anybody else there?
No.
Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you.
Okay, let's, Mr. Stockton, you want to come out here for Mr. Huddleston? He'll be the last person. on the
Yes, we'll be
docket.
right there.
What's the bond? Sit on this gentleman.
Cash right now. He was,
Yeah,
he was helping cash in district court.
yeah.
Working on property, and that was posted by anyway.
She was here early, and there's a brother, correct? She said she could continue that property.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, you ready? Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Billy D. Huddleston. 22 CR 0097. You have a right to remain silent. You are represented by counsel, okay? The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you in possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, tampering with physical evidence, possession of controlled substance in the first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, and public intoxication. Acknowledge the identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where is your client been since the return of the indictment? I noticed he came here today, but he hadn't been served.
Your Honor, his mother, or well, actually, his sister said that they just found out about it on Monday or Tuesday, and that they mentioned they were here this morning, but then they never brought him any papers, so. Which has been at home.
I don't like these handgun charges. I'm saying a reciprocal discovery. What do you say, Mr. Stockton, as far as the bond? $10,000 cash and property in district court, and his mother made the bond. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order where they'll give you evidence of you prepare for your case. Okay, I'll continue the same bond with the addition of an ankle bracelet. Where you gonna be living? Where? Well, is there a house there that you're gonna be living in? Whose house is it? Whose house? Okay. Okay, and so you're to stay there. I'm gonna put an ankle monitor on you. You can call him to come in, to Junior Smith to come in. He'll stay in custody today until they put the ankle monitor on him. Put the ankle monitor on you, go to church, work, the doctor, or court appearances. And I guess we'll put him on monitoring. MCR, is that right? You'll need to meet with the pretrial person here before then. And I want all the guns cleared out of that house. If you're gonna stay there, no guns. I don't want anybody to come in and say, well, that's my brother's AK-47 or something like that. You're not to be around any guns. You're a convicted felon. And I take these charges seriously, okay? So you take him back into custody till they come in and bring the ankle bracelet, okay? Is there any other matter to come before the criminal court? The grand jury? Yeah. Okay.
Judge-
Okay, yes.
Judge, there's a Denzel Burton on the Zoom. I think he's at a rehab facility that has a sentencing today.
Denzel Burton,
Yes, sir.
I wanted him transported here. I don't want to do that in a sense online, okay? So he's to be transported here on January the 26th.
Okay, Judge, that's fine.
Thank you.
Denzel, is there somebody there that can hear you?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I want to talk to her. What the?
So he just, there was nothing.
Yeah, it's.
Last 2 days of the break. So he just gave him to school and he's so. How old is he? He's 5, so, but he won't start until August. His birthday's in October. This morning, this was him leaving the house.
Gonna turn the camera off, but they ain't able to see the witness, so they're talking to what he said. The camera's takes function.
I will have to.
Turn that off. Or-
I have a 5-year-old.
Yeah,
He's already been so much years, but there's more. But he, I mean, that's all, man, he would come.
Hey,
home
Lainey,
first.
you hear us tap on that
He did
microphone?
not do math again today. Honey, I promise you, he can do math. Finally, they got to be like, hang on.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'm not that. I'm just looking. Okay, Lainey, you care to try it again? No. Let me try this.
Get back there until I can watch.
Okay.
If he wants to.
Okay, try it again.
Oh, well, I'm not
Okay, try it again, Lainey.
singing next to hospital.
Lainey, tap on that one more time, please.
I'll sure do.
Thank you.